Test, test.
Good morning. We're just waiting to see if we have everybody online. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call the regular council meeting of September 11th, 2023 to order at 9:02. We may have some other people joining us online, but for those who are online, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And for those of you who may be watching this later on through YouTube, thank you for joining us to see what's going on in your city. Move to item number 3, adoption of the agenda. Is there any items to be added? I'll turn to administration first. Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we add an item for staff reports for information regarding the RCMP staffing update? And we also need to remove item 15.3 as we did not receive the cost estimate. We will bring it back at the next meeting.
Thank you. Are there any other items to be added to the agenda? If not, I have one. I would like to add the Safety of Our Cities Conference to be held in Edmonton. And so we have 3 items, and the first one being RCMP staffing report. All those in favor of putting this on our agenda? Carried unanimously. Also putting onto the, removing from the agenda the Manluck cost estimate. All in favor of removing that? Unanimously. And the last item is the Safety of Our Cities Conference. All in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. So RCMP staffing report will be 9.3. Removal of Manluck cost estimates, 15.3. And 15.4 is the Safety of Our Cities Conference. And I would now ask for the adoption of the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. And we now move on to item number 4, approval of our minutes. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for July 17, 2023 as presented/amended.
Thank you very much. Any questions, errors, or omissions? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council approves the regular council meeting minutes for August 28, 2023 as presented/amended.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Aberty.
Thank you. I would like to remove Councillor Bill Elliott as being present.
Thank you. Is that so noted? Thank you. Do I need an approval of that? Changing the minutes? Or removal of? Okay, thank you. So, as amended, which is what has been stated, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Business arising from minutes, number 5. Item 5.1, disposal of Garwood 168 Garwood Crescent as surplus property. And we have a new face, Elizabeth Hill, joining us. Good morning and welcome. This is your second time at the podium, so please proceed.
Good morning. I'm Emily Sangster, Manager of Planning and Development, sitting in for Elizabeth this morning. So as previously directed by Council, administration confirmed city ownership of the 2 parcels making up Garden Meadows Park at the June 12th Council meeting. And so today's request for decision seeks further Council direction on the potential disposal of 168 Garwood Crescent, which serves as the east entrance to the park. In order to dispose of the parcel, the city must first remove the existing municipal reserve or MR designation. To do so, there's a process set out in the Municipal Government Act requiring an advertising and notice period of approximately 2 weeks and a public hearing, after which Council may pass a bylaw removing the MR designation as per Section 674. Council may then pass a resolution as per the land transaction policy declaring the land to be surplus. Any subsequent disposition of the land is also subject to Council approval. So some considerations for Council in making a decision on undertaking the disposal process are set out in detail in the report for this item. And I'll just highlight a few of them here. First of all, if 168 Garwood Crescent were removed from the park, 23 residences would now be beyond a 400-meter walking distance of that park. However, they would remain within walking distance of the Norwood School playground. Also to note, proceeds from the disposal of the parcel would need to be used for park, open space, or school board purposes as required by the Municipal Government Act. Disposal of this parcel may provide an opportunity to generate resources that could be used to address existing sightline issues within the park and enhance park amenities. And a final point, guidance regarding disposition is set out in the city's land transaction policy, CO 051, under which the city may dispose of surplus property pursuant to a written strategy for municipal purposes and in support of council-approved priorities, programs, projects, or policies. So administration, in reviewing this file, did note that the city's current policy framework provides fairly little direction in this regard, concerning either the role of the land within the city's open space system or on the potential use of the proceeds. We do note that this direction is expected to be enhanced in the near term by planned or proposed policy initiatives, including a land management strategy, an updated recreation master plan, and a new parks and open spaces master plan. So those are some of the key issues from that report, and with that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
So I'd request a motion before. Thank you, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council directs administration to begin the process of divesting of 168 Garwood Crescent.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I have a few questions. If this goes ahead, in the information that was provided to us, it talks about that the monies earned, I guess, to the city can only be used for parks. So in other words, we can't just put that money into general revenue. It goes into a land fund, but it only can be used for parks. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
That's a Municipal Government Act requirement.
Okay, so it can't be used for any other purpose.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I'm wondering if you talked about that some of the residents would have a longer walk to Norwood School, I guess, to their closest park. Would there be room to have a walking path if we subdivided that property, or if that property, so that there is an access into that park from Garwood? Is that a possibility to look at?
Thinking about it through the chair, there might be a mechanism to do it, but it would likely involve subdividing a public utility lot or a municipal reserve section from that one parcel that is currently essentially the size of a single detached lot.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I'll go to CAO.
Thank you. While we're, excuse me, while we're trying to get Mayor Gandam connected, I have asked him to text me any comments or question, and he did say that on the lot sale, excuse me, it was his intention to upgrade our playgrounds with that money, to make a future motion for council to consider.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Bronco?
Couple of questions. You're looking at selling 3 lots. 3 lots, it's got a utility crossing on,
No, excuse me. The motion is only for 168. It represents that there's 3 entrances to the park, but the motion is only for 1 lot.
so if we're trying to sell a lot, we got accessibility, and we're having funds, why not sell on Garwood Crescent? It's about approximately 280 feet long. Probably put 3 or 4 lots in there, but there's some Trans-Alta boxes in there. If we're gonna spend that time and money, why not put more lots in there that we can? I have no problem with selling that lot there on Garwood Crescent, but we have access. My mic was on? I thought it was on. Okay. Sorry. Why not, while we're doing the same time, add a couple more lots to it and use the lot on Garwood Crescent as a, because it's got a utility crossing in there, as that the access to the park.
Okay?
Through the chair, just to clarify the lot that we're talking about, so Garwood Crescent is the one that's currently proposed for disposal. You're thinking about the entrance on Garnet Crescent?
Yes.
That has some utilities going through?
No, Garden Meadows Drive, I think you're speaking.
No, Garden Meadows is subdivide that too and get 3 more lots out of there. Or
So
4
on the
lots.
north side?
So just clarification then, please. Are you talking about the lots alongside Garden Meadows then? Or are you
Well,
talking?
at that open frontage where all the trees are, if we're going to try to sell some lot, how hard would it be to cut the front there?
Okay, Sue?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, this was a council motion, so if
Okay.
council wants us to consider more, we certainly can. And I think we need to share a mic, because everybody's saying yours isn't working.
Okay. Can we
No.
put this on the budget for?
So the issue here is that the singular lot is the one that we're discussing here today. Should you want to have administration consider more, that would be a motion that you'll have to make and bring forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through the chair, just to address the information requested. In theory, it would be possible to subdivide additional lots and put them up for sale on Garden Meadows Drive. However, the existing lot that's proposed for disposal is a discrete lot right now on its own. So if council were to want to go ahead and dispose of additional frontage on Garden Meadows Drive, there would be, in addition to the process that I outlined, there would be a need to subdivide off those lots and place those for disposal as well. And then there would also be likely additional considerations regarding accessibility and access to the park, because now lots that might have access on the north side into the park would then have a longer distance. So there would be that consideration. Plus, it's generally a best practice in park design to have some street frontage on parks for visibility and accessibility purposes. So those would all be considerations in that.
Thank you. I have a question through the chair, which is me. No, my question is related to, and maybe I'm out. I'm in the wrong lot as well, but I don't think so. It talks about there being a stormwater utility running through that lot?
Through the chair, not to that lot, the one on Garnet Crescent, which is the west entrance. So the east entrance, the one we're talking about,
Right.
does not have any utilities going
Okay,
through it.
thank you. So we have a motion, sorry, Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. We talked about having a public meeting on this issue for the residents. Will we be contacting those residents that would be directly affected personally, whether it's a letter directed to them or any other means of communication?
Through the chair, there's a notification process that is set out in the Municipal Government Act, and that does provide for mail notification.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco?
Thank you through the mayor, to the chair. Is that lot serviceable, or do we have, what is the expense to hook up to sewer and water line to get it ready for sale?
Through the chair, there are certainly municipal services in the area. I would have to check with Public Works and Engineering regarding the specific cost to service the lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor that the city directs administration to begin the process of divesting of that. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Do we have a message from Mayor Gandam? All right, approved at this point. Moving on to number 9, Committee of the Whole, and we have Inspector Spans here to give report with RCMP. And before we proceed with that, my apologies to Ms. Hill. Thank you for the report. Inspector Spans, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Is it on now?
I know your voice is loud enough. I've heard you.
I'll use my police voice. I believe everyone had it. Was there a PowerPoint presentation up or no? That's fine. I can wing it too.
No, there was a PowerPoint.
Very good. That's
attached.
the one.
There we go.
There's quite a few hot topics in town, obviously, these days, but for the purpose of this particular report, I'll keep it somewhat broad, the general activities of the detachment, kind of how we've done year to date. Typically it's quarterly report. We're already well into Q2 and there's lots of things have changed. So staffing wise at our detachment, we're in a very fortunate position, knock wood, to have every frontline police position is currently full. The vacancies that we do have are what we call soft vacancies, so we have a few maternity and paternity leaves, a couple injuries, but nothing vacant, which is a very fortunate place to be. With that, we saw over the last quarter 2 members leave. One retired, another one was asked to leave politely, which was fine. Those positions have been filled. We have members moving in from Fort McMurray, Peace River. Member from Whitecourt just starts tomorrow. So we have members from around the province that want to come work here, which is very promising. So we're not seeing new recruits from Depot, we're getting experienced members here. As well, human resource-wise, we're continuing our transition of municipal employees to our public service employees. And I believe later today there's an update, I don't believe from me. Is there? It could be from me? Okay,
No.
from Paul. Okay, so I'll
No,
spare the
but you
details
still
on
have
that.
to stay through the whole thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll spare the details on that, but the transition is still taking place. We are down 1 municipal employee, but we're just waiting for this transition to take place. We don't want to muddy the waters too much. Our annual performance plan, as discussed at previous council meetings, we have 4 priorities. Actually, I'll follow the PowerPoint. So sorry for that. So on this particular PowerPoint, this was, when these stats were gathered, this was a kind of a mark in time when this presentation was made, probably about a month and a half ago. So the stats that were presented at the Thursday night town hall event are the more current stats, more updated than this. But right now in the city, our biggest concern is property crime. That's what's driving our crime severity index. But we also have quite a large amount of persons crimes. And that's what I was explaining on Thursday night is, although we have quite a few persons crimes, we're charging people for this. We have a current clearance rate of 44%. So that means not, well, several files or occurrences are unsolved, but generally we're solving crimes and charging people, and that's where the clearance rate comes from. Clearance rate of 44% is well above the provincial average, which sits around 32 to 31%. So our investigators are getting out and they are solving the crimes. So hot topic was the crime severity index. We landed as a city 3rd across Canada in our category. And the key drivers of our crime severity index were break and enter, mischief, theft under $5,000, and assaults. Generally speaking, the assaults are domestic violence related. A good about 50% of that driver is domestic violence. I don't remember which the next slide was. Sorry. Okay, so this was an interesting fact, and this is pretty consistent, and we're going to be presenting this to our business community to help deal with our thefts and whatnot. But this graph just demonstrates when the crimes are taking place in the city. So typically, our calls start coming in around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they go into the early evening. Surprisingly, Wednesday is our busiest day of the week. So again, I've been harping on our using police resources smartly and more efficiently and being more effective with our limited finite resources. So what we're doing is dedicating our resources to those hours of the day where the calls to service are highest. It does seem like that would be common sense, but historically, what we found is people like to, or not people, the police, like to overload night shifts because there's a perception that the night shift is when most calls are happening, and surely that does happen, but here in Wetaskiwin, it's the early evening is when we're seeing the most calls to service. Anecdotally, and what we did last week is we had a suppression shift. We brought in extra resources on Wednesday, beginning at 2, and they went all the way until about 10 o'clock at night. So our hottest time of day and the hottest day of the week. And quite successful. 15 charges, a few warrant apprehensions. And anecdotally from the members out there, when they were out and about in the community, a lot of the social disorder disappeared. So it showed that using those resources in the proper locations, the proper times, can really serve to drive the crime problem away for a period, temporarily. So again, I would discuss the key crime drivers. I won't linger too much on the statistics, but break and enter was the largest driver of our crime severity index. So the way Stats Canada puts everything together and their CSI, break and enter was the highest. Now, on a positive note, our year over year, we are down by about 18 to 22% as of last week on the break and enters. So that's the targeting prolific offenders, getting out into the hotspot locations. We're seeing improvements over last year, which is a step in the right direction. That said, they are still high, but we're trending down, which is positive. This map isn't currently updated. At the town hall, we had the most updated heat map, we call it, for break and enters, but last year in 2022, the year that drove our CSI, largely the break and enters are happening at the north side of the city. Since January, we dedicated our hotspot policing to those zones. And interestingly enough, as of last week, I wish I had the new graph, but where it's blue, the hotspot locations, they've since moved south. So it shows that dedicating resources to those hotspots results in crime reducing in those hotspot locations. So now we have to move to the next hotspot and the next one. And over time, we'll be able to gather a pattern to try to get ahead of the crime. So we go into where we'd anticipate the next hotspot to be and target those for more preventative police actions. So the next key driver, this is mischief. This was basically the hot topic of our town hall event on Thursday. This is where the social disorder, vagrancy, and homelessness will lie. Overall, in the crime severity index, the score for mischief is very low. It's not considered a very serious crime, quote, because it's not a person's crime, that sort of thing. But simply our volume of mischief calls is what's driving our crime severity index up. So I won't linger on mischief. We are, I believe, going to have another town hall event in a different kind of structure, a little more informed. And we're meeting with several agencies this week. And as well, over this past weekend, I was at Depot at our training facility, along with all the, the commanding officer, the commissioner was there, a lot of the top brass, and Wetaskiwin was a hot topic, and we discussed just this. So there's larger plans in place to try to drive some of this mischief and social disorder down. We just need to formalize and get a proper game plan in place, considering our new statistics. And again, this heat map is from 2022. These are where the key crime drivers were last year. And again, the hotspots, the blue, glowing blue up to the north side, pretty well disappeared, but down to the south, it ballooned. So mischief, we are definitely on the rise. The theft under $5,000 is largely shoplifting, and that's where we're going to be meeting with the local businesses, I believe, on the 20th. to discuss kind of a panel discussion on rising crime, shoplifting, safety for businesses. With the shoplifting, in this particular presentation, I didn't identify a heat map because I didn't want to identify the businesses, frankly. You'd be able to tell. But there's about 4 businesses in town that are the most prolific victims of shoplifting. And what we've done as a detachment is our crime reduction unit, our unit that was grant funded and it's now normalized. They've set up some shoplifting stings and they've been quite successful picking off some of our more prolific shoplifters. It's just a matter of getting them charged and through court is the difficult part right now. So we've had success there, most certainly. This is just for the business owners in the crowd and watching online. This particular heat map shows when shoplifting happens in our city. So again, it marries up exactly when our high call volumes are taking place. So with this, the idea is to work with our businesses to, if people do have security, to staff them maybe more in the early afternoon as opposed to early in the morning. And oddly enough, Thursday is the most common day to be the victim of shoplifting. Domestic violence is slightly on the rise this year, and that was our 4th key driver of our crime severity index. And with that, so I was working with our domestic violence coordinator both locally as well as our coordinator out of K Division headquarters, out of our community safety wellbeing branch. And we're developing a project where we identify our top most prolific victims of domestic violence. And we're going to work with them to try to break that cycle. And that's by working with agencies like the Boys and Girls Club, FCSS, those kind of agencies to try to divert some of the victims and give them support so they can become independent or find different ways of coping in the relationship. And the idea there is to try to drive our domestic violence rate down and to provide some safety for these victims. For context, our top 5 most common victims of domestic violence account for probably about 40 to 46 domestic violence calls per year. So that's quite a few police hours, resources, but it's also quite dangerous for the victims here too. So we're working on that with K Division headquarters. So into the annual performance plan, again, we have 4 priorities for our detachment, the first being community engagement, and we've done really well this year. I'm quite proud of our detachment and our community policing members. We've had the Indigenous Peoples Day, the Community Safety Wellbeing Barbecue. Those were huge hits. We had quite a turnout with those. It's amazing what free hot dogs and freezies will bring out. It's great. Had a great time with those. Canada Day Parade, we had some nice participation from our detachment as well as the Musqueam detachment came up to participate in that. What we did start doing, and I believe we're doing, it's either this week or next, but coffee with a cop. So the idea is to sit down at the coffee shop for a couple hours. We'll buy the coffee and people can sit down and have a very informal discussion. The first one we did was out at Pigeon Lake, out of the villages, and it was well attended and it was good. What we also did, and this is more youth directed, is our community policing member did coffee with a cop, but it was more donuts with the Mounties for kids out at the bakery out of the villages. So over 2 hours, we bought all the donuts. If kids walked in, they got a free donut and stickers and tattoos, and it went well. It was kind of planned last minute, but the whole idea here is building social capital, and I think we're doing very well in that front. We're exceeding our expectations so far with community engagement and town hall events. So the next one is community safety. This is more proactive reducing victimization. We have our foot patrols out and about as best we can right now. This is the hotspot patrolling. And working with partner agencies and the CSWB, the steering committee. So we're little bites where we're seeing success in the community safety piece is anecdotally. I'm hearing from the community that they're seeing the police more during those important times of day. But then we're also seeing a reduction in stuff like break and enter. Unfortunately not mischief, but we're seeing reduction in several of our key crimes. Importantly on this front, we targeted stolen vehicles. That was a problem last year. So we addressed some of our hotspot locations for stolen vehicles and did some proactive initiatives like trying to find vehicles running, idling, keys in the ignition, that sort of thing. And we've reduced our stolen vehicles in the city by about 50% year to date. So
Is that 5-0 or 1-5? 50%?
5-0.
Thank you.
Yeah. So not many vehicles are getting stolen in the city right now, knock wood. And we are recovering quite a few stolen vehicles that were stolen, say, in Edmonton and dumped in Wetaskiwin. So we're doing very well. And that falls in our, all kudos there goes to our crime reduction unit. They're doing a very, very good job there. The next is crime reduction. This, again, is kind of, it's what we do, but it's our priority. Data to action, we're being very smart with the, or trying to be smart with our statistics, being smart with our finite resources. This is what I expressed to the crowd on Thursday night is we need to follow the stats. This is why it's important to calling complaints. We need to know when the crimes are happening, where they're happening, because then that allows us to identify who is committing the crimes. So through our statistics, we were able to identify our top 12 prolific offenders in the city. And these aren't just the social disorder offenders, these are like the criminals. These are aggravated assault, stolen property, drug dealing. And we identified the top 12, and 8 of those top 12 are now in jail. So it's being smart, and hopefully by targeting those individuals, we continue to see a consistent reduction in our crime. Lastly, employee wellness is our fourth priority as a detachment, and this is important because policing resources are hard to come by these days. We're fully staffed, like I said at the beginning, so we need to keep the employees healthy and well engaged. And that goes for all categories of employees. So early on, just to get members out of the office and employees out of the office, we had a blanket exercise that was well attended by all categories of employees, and it was quite meaningful for those in attendance. And then when you talk about physical well-being, just last week we had Seems Hokey, but a Healthy Foot Day. So we brought in physiotherapy clinic to get people compression socks, orthotics, and need to make sure people are physically healthy because then they can work. So these sort of things, just keeping them happy. So again, those were kind of broad strokes, and I'm sure there'll be more detailed discussions on some of the hot topics around the city, but certainly open to any questions that I could answer.
I would entertain a motion at this time. Councillor Abley.
Thank you. I move that City Council receives the RCMP Q1 2023 report presentation dated September 11, 2023 as information.
Thank you. Just before we go to questions here, just a comment for those who are online and weren't attending the open house, a huge turnout. And obviously you had some really good moments and good information collected by yourself and your staff. Some low moments in the evening as well, as people expressed their frustrations and annoyance with certain circumstances in our community. But the comments that I did hear from people related to the transparency of the RCMP to share the data that they had and some of the difficulties they were facing in policing in our community. So kudos to you and your crew. The other comment I would make, as you talk about domestic violence. Through work done by Councillor Batts and myself a number of years ago, we did have some supports coming out of Camrose. That was a pilot project that shut down for who knows what reasons. But FCSS is meeting with KSART and DART out of Red Deer, hoping to renew getting some resources into our community. And as that meeting is set up, we'll be happy to inform you and invite you to that kind of dialogue.
Yeah, most certainly. And when it comes to domestic violence, just like the social disorder piece, it's a spectrum. So not one solution is not going to fit every case. So it's important that we have a lot of people at the table, like FCSS, different community groups. Some victims are more responsive to community groups. Some people are more responsive to police. So we need as many people at the table as we can. And what I did find from the town hall event is afterwards, several different agencies approached, and I have cards like they want to be involved, which is great.
Great, thank you. Open the floor, Councillor Aberdy.
Thank you. Through the chair to Inspector Spans. I will second the thank you for last week. I think it was great for the community, and it was great. All of us were in attendance to hear more and from the people. So in a weird way, I really enjoyed that, if you understand what that means. I do have a few questions that just came out that I had when that was happening that maybe you can help answer. What level of the CSI can be attributed to drug and weapons arrests?
I'd have to get our analysts to
Yeah.
get those exactly. Now, the trouble with the CSI is it assigns certain scores to certain files or certain offenses. Gun and weapon files, like stolen guns, trafficking in weapons, those are given a higher score. Now here, our crime reduction unit is doing such a good job, and we've laid a lot of gun trafficking, gun theft, drug offenses. These are all proactive files that the public's not calling them in. They're not calling 911 to say my neighbor's trafficking in guns. We're shaking trees and digging that up.
Yeah.
The downside to that is that's driving our CSI up. So it's the proactive work is driving it. So it doesn't really answer the question, but don't take that CSI as all negative. Like there's positive police work that's driving it up, unfortunately, but it goes both ways with that. So.
And I think that is why I was why I was asking the question is I've been very thankful for how those numbers are going up, or how not the numbers are going up, but how the arrests are going up. And I just want to make sure as we look to have this as one of our top priorities that number go down, that we're not discouraged.
And and I should say too, on the note with substance abuse, drugs, and that sort of thing, weapons, drug use and substance abuse is on the rise here, anecdotally, and just what we're seeing on the street. Basically, every serious call has something to do with substance abuse. But that's not unique to Wetaskiwin, that's across the board. That's Victoria to Halifax, and Edmonton, it's everything. And as a policing community, we're trying to figure it out. And there's unfortunately, no solution that fits everyone right now. So.
Yeah. My second main question, if I can just go through these, is we were talking, I think that was Thursday, but it seems like a long time ago now. And the issue with the being online forever, and I know as a small business owner, I also have that problem with shoplifting where we have, as guilty as anything, stopped calling it in. When we have caught the people and are able to have them come back, we've let you know. But is there, and the way I have it is a way to report small crimes in this way where we don't feel like we're taking up your time for more important business?
Yeah, most certainly. We have an online reporting tool now, the RCMP Alberta app, and you could report, say, a shoplifting. If you don't have a suspect, you just know a shoplifting happened, you don't know who it was. Online reporting tool, that'll go to K Division. It gets put to Wetaskiwin, but it gets kind of handled at K Division. They do all the work for us, so the benefit there is we get the statistic.
Perfect.
And that's through the RCMP Alberta app. And they're, as an organization, they're growing that more and more to do more reporting on there. But that's probably the best way to do it.
Okay,
and I think we're working with the city on a QR code that brings people to the app.
Ooh.
We just have to figure out I don't know how to do that.
Perfect.
So
I promise this is my last question for now. Constable Schultz has been amazing, and I am really grateful for him working with the youth in our community. And but other things I am hearing is it's kids who are scared, it's kids who are being threatened, or youth and kids, and I think the question is, do we need to be looking at more youth strategies?
I'm not sure I can really answer. I'll talk to Corey. This is why we're meeting with the school divisions early on here, to try to get a sense of how the school year's starting out. We already, within 3 days, already heard of a fledgling little street gang there, so we want to try to stomp that out. The idea too with Corey, and when we get a second position there, the second position is currently on paternity leave, is to be in the schools more to try to provide that sense of safety, but also to identify some of we used to call them bullies, but the drivers there. And I know the school divisions right now are not tolerating any bullying. So if anyone is making the schools feel unsafe, they've already expelled a couple kids this year. So,
Wow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see Mayor Gandam has his hand up, so Mayor Gandam?
Thank you. Just a couple, or through the chair to Inspector Spence, a couple of questions about the town hall on Thursday. You made a couple of comments that I'm looking for some clarification on. Somebody had asked whether or not they should close the shelter, and you said, no, not necessarily. So I'm looking for clarification on what you mean by no, not necessarily. Is the shelter creating more problems than it's fixing, and we should be looking at closing the shelter, or what? And I don't understand what you meant by that.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So simply put, we need the shelter right now. We need an emergency shelter where people can go if they need a place to stay at night. In the past, in other communities, when there has been no shelter, the drunk tank, the jail cell, has turned into the shelter, which has tied up policing resources significantly. So for perspective, it takes roughly 30 minutes to 45 minutes to book somebody into jail, and if we're doing that repeatedly over and over every night, that's really what all of our police resourcing is doing. So that's where we need a shelter. Is the shelter bringing the crime rate up? I can't say there's correlation causation here, but the statistics show the mischief has gone up since the Hope Mission has opened its doors, or the mischief complaints have gone up. But our prisoner count has gone down. So again, correlation causation, I need my analysts to do a little more digging into whether or not the files received in that area have contributed to our higher rate, I guess. So all that to say, we need the shelter open right now, and we need as many people at the table, different social support agencies, as we can to try to find several different solutions, honestly.
Further questions, Mayor Gandam?
Yeah, that just, I needed that clarification on it because that wasn't the message that was going out on Thursday night. The other one was in regards to either the complaint line being answered 24/7 locally. This was the first time I'd heard that the city was responsible for funding that or having that available. I didn't realize that it was a problem not having local complaint line answered, and so it felt like this was the first time I'd heard that was an issue, and so maybe just understanding why this hasn't been a conversation with council prior to a town hall with 400 people, and then insinuating the city's the problem in terms of not having a 24-hour local complaint line.
No, that certainly wasn't the intention. That's the first I had heard of that complaint at this community. Now, it often comes up at other communities. They say, why can't I have a dispatch location here? What the public doesn't understand is that like any city, any community can have their own, but it makes no sense financially, logistically, staffing, HR-wise. Very, very, very few communities even do it. But I think it's a lack of understanding in the public. That's why I brought it up in the at the town hall forum. Is there's a reason why our calls go to Red Deer, or it's a reason why our calls go to Edmonton, because that is the most efficient process. As for the statistics, so I did bring that back to my senior brass from K Division over the weekend. I brought up that the residents were reporting back that they're staying on hold for half hour or longer, but that's not the statistics that I'm receiving. What I get is 10 minutes, which is reasonable, or not 10 minutes on hold, it's 10 minutes from point of call to dispatch. And when I brought that back to the senior leaders from K Division, they were kind of dumbfounded. So they're actually going back to our telecoms to see why the community is saying one thing, but the statistics are saying another. So they're going to have a bigger conversation with our telecoms, our 911 managers there. Yeah.
So the messaging on Thursday night, I would have appreciated being that there wasn't a need for, or it wouldn't change how things were done if we had our own call center here, as opposed to
Not having it here, talk to the city, it felt like we were being thrown under the bus in a fairly hostile situation and added fuel to the fire from my perspective.
Yeah, certainly, no, I apologize for that. That was not my intention with that particular one. At the end of the day, what I could have shared with the crowd is if there was a local telecoms, I think the service actually not be worse necessarily. It would be incredibly hard to staff a telecoms locally.
Yeah, and I know, like, I can appreciate that, but that again wasn't the message that went out on Thursday night.
Sure.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to the inspector. We talk about theft under $5,000 being a very key issue, so obviously it's property crime. Where's that property going?
Our crime reduction unit's working on that. There's a few places. They could go to pawn shops, drug dealers, sold online, Kijiji, eBay. It's being sold or traded. That's the key part too, is a lot of the stolen property will be traded for either other stolen property or for drugs. So there's several different places they're going. I can say that we have a standing operational plan to deal with the online, stuff being sold online, where we have the ability to purchase that stuff and charge those that are selling it. But there's several different places that the stolen property is going.
One of the first places you said are the pawn shops. Is that a concern to you? Is that on the radar? Is that something as a council that we need to be proactive with?
I would say it's on the radar. I wouldn't say it's a concern yet. I want to get our analysts more involved, plus our crime reduction unit. Just last week, they started looking a little further into where the property's going. And that comes from more and more members of the public sharing information with us. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, through the chair.
To your mic.
Through the chair to Constable. I don't want to put sugarcoat it, but that I found that meeting good and bad. Obviously, our citizens are pretty pissed off, and couple questions I have to ask is, first of all, in order to get our trust back of our citizens, we have to have results. And I thought you guys got a passing mark, but there were some points you guys failed. One of my biggest concerns, and we keep hearing a whole bunch of, I think, false statements to council, to the citizens, is there's nobody moving in. I've been living here for over 40 years. Some of our old group that used to hang around here, there's a lot of people I've never seen in my life here in 40 years in Wetaskiwin, and they keep new every week. Where are these people coming in? Are they being bussed in? And that's what a lot of the businessmen who see it, I talked to a few of them. I would like to get it written down, but none of them want to put their name on it, so I'm trying to get them, just give me a letter. There's a lot of people being bussed in.
So your question then is fact or fiction with regard to transport of individuals?
Yes, facts or fiction. There's a lot of new residents that are coming here because, as you know, as the town hall meeting, great place to have a party. So the only way
No, hang on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So we refer to that as the shadow population. That's people that come into the city, utilize resources, policing, fire, everything, shadow population. But they don't count towards our census. It's hard to quantify. So the question was, where are they coming from, or are they being bussed in? I'm not sure where they're coming from. And up until Thursday, I wasn't sure if they were being bussed in. After the town hall event, I was approached by several people that had firsthand information, not necessarily bussed in, but brought in by different agencies because their places are full. I'll use an example, and this is something I can deal with on my end. The Leduc detachment, they have the hub, and they only have 20 beds. And there was one night a couple weeks ago that they were full, so they brought people down to our location to use our beds. So I've talked with their manager and expressed that can't happen again. So that's telling me people are being brought in. I think I would have to get a little more firsthand information to say if it's like a real problem or if it's a one-off, two-off, whatever, but there is a shadow population come in. At the town hall, I also expressed the, we are along the Highway 2A corridor, so we are a hub location for several different communities. So that in itself is going to bring a population in, both users of the shelter and not. So we are going to see a significantly high shadow population here. With that information, though, considering that, that gives us some leverage to try to ask the province for some more resources. I believe our census was around 13,000, but we're trying to provide policing for 40. So we need to have a resource talk, I think, with the powers that be.
So if I may, my last question. Tent cities popping up all over the place. We got all over, not just behind Walmart, you got here. And you guys, I know phobe, but if people are, your RCMP detachment Leduc is bringing people in, after they bring them that night, are they brought back to Leduc?
I don't believe so. And that's the talk I had with their commander. Yeah.
And the other question is, I know you can't give that information to council or anybody. You obviously must know where these people are coming from, because if you arrest them, you got to have an address. I know we're not capable because of the Freedom of Information Act, but you could see it. We all know, we can see it. And if we don't complain, the other question too.
No, so let's stop there. So your question there related to addresses and arrest records. How does the RCMP respond with that? Are people required to give you an address if they're arrested?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have a fairly robust system. If somebody's been arrested once, we know where people are coming from, broadly speaking. And with Wetaskiwin, it's from all over. So Red Deer, off the top of my head, Red Deer, Bonnyville, Elk Point area, Fort McMurray, like there's everywhere we're seeing people come through.
So my last question, we brought that hub in, and we brought a lot of people in that were never in our community. We attracted, build it, and they will come.
I think I would have to, I can't comment on that. I'd have to like a before and after analysis. And I had asked our analyst a couple weeks ago to see if we could quantify the shadow population. It's so tough because they change addresses as well, and that might not be up to date, but it's a tough population to quantify where exactly they're coming from or how long they've been coming here.
So a question asked maybe to administration or to you, before we got involved with the hub, the one out of Camrose, what was our crime rate versus now? I know we save a lot of money by having this for your guys' work, the hospital, the ambulances, but right now, if it keeps going the way you are, we need 20 more, 30 more RCMP. So the cost to the community is phenomenal, because if people are going to be complaining more, I got to take more RCMP to follow those answers and those complaints. So we need more staff. I don't want you to work 24 hours and get burned out, because I know what it's like to burn out people.
So you commented, Inspector, about leveraging your statistics for more staff. And I think that's where you're talking about. So you do that through K Division then, I'm assuming?
Through K Division and, yeah, mainly through K Division. There's a certain formula that says how many staff we should have. Right now, we could afford probably a few more where our statistics are. But police resourcing is hard to come by these days. The question of, the crime rate before the hub and the shelter and whatnot, it was still high, but crime changes throughout the years as well. So what we've seen is our severe crime or serious crime, the aggravated assaults, like the serious persons crimes, with the exception of domestic violence, they've gone down, but the gap that's left has been made up by the mischief. So we have this kind of fluid crime rate, I guess, or crime trend in Wetaskiwin, where 5-6 years ago, the CSI was largely driven by violent crime, the stabbings and the armed robberies, et cetera. And over the last 5 years, the last year in particular, we've really driven those down, hoping the crime rate would go down, but unfortunately we've made up for it on the social disorder side. So we've got to find a happy medium in there with the resources we have.
And that's a trick question. Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, the resources we have.
Yeah.
Because my personally believe, my belief, not my colleagues, we build it, we're going to need more support from you guys, which means taxpayers got to pay for more. Because you are basically paid by the citizens of Wetaskiwin.
Yes.
So, thank you.
I do have a question, and it's more intended to, I guess, enlighten some of the folks that weren't at the town hall. And at that time, Inspector, you talked about making some commitments. One you've already talked about today is the reaching out to various agencies about transferring people in. That's a commitment you made to the community, and it sounds like you've acted on it already, so thank you. The other commitment you made was talking about standard operating procedures within and working with Hope Mission. What exactly does that mean and entail?
So at the town hall, I'm not sure if you recall, there was 2 former employees from the Hope Mission that shared kind of their experience by working there and what behavior was permitted and what was called into police and whatnot. That was news to us, to be perfectly honest. We weren't aware of some of the behavior that was allowed there. So I've already been in touch with the Hope Mission, with the director there, and we're going to sit down in the next few days anyway to work out a better plan on when they should be calling us, when we expect them to call us. That would involve, for example, stuff like when people show up with weapons, instead of simply taking it away and throwing it out, we need to get a phone call so that we can properly dispose of the weapon, and 2, deter that person from carrying around weapons, etc. So we need to work out a better plan on when the Hope Mission should call. Because the question came to us, are we supposed to call you for everything? Well, we'll find something, or we'll find a proper plan of attack for that.
Great, thank you. And so the commitments you made at that meeting have already been acted upon, so.
Starting to, definitely not done yet.
Yeah, for sure, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair to the inspector, there was just a statement that you made, which once again, I'm so grateful that you've been providing us the domestic violence stats. That's been so helpful. And also, you did a really great job with how many people showed up at the town hall. I know that was really surprising, but you did a really good job managing everybody. You said that the top 5 domestic violence offenders are about 45 calls per year. Is that 45 calls per person of those 5, or like
No,
45 for all 5?
45 for all of them.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I was wondering. And so, like, because of that, that's still quite a few calls per person. What ends up happening after, like, let's say the first one? Like, do charges get laid every time that they are called back again, or?
The way our domestic violence policy works, the RCMP, is if there's grounds, reasonable grounds to lay a criminal code charge, we'll lay it.
Yeah.
There's really no discretion, so if it's criminal harassment, assaults, it'll get laid, uttering threats. What typically happens in court is there's often a resolution before trial, so it'll go to a peace bond, emergency protection order, something else in place, often to keep families together. Sometimes victims start recanting. So once it gets to court, it's somewhat out of our hands, but there's peace bonds are the most typical way they go.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's probably why, like, it becomes reoccurring calls then.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's quite complicated because it's tough to, 1, break the cycle of violence, but 2, ensure that the victim has resources outside of that relationship.
Okay.
Because there is often a dependency.
Okay, for sure. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Haverly?
I apologize. Thank you. I just have a comment that I forgot to say for the last one. And I'm going to lighten things up a bit. But I don't ever want you to say that the wellness things that you're doing for your officers is hokey. Because it's very important, and we all respect the work you do and are so fortunate to have you here. And I would like some compression socks and pedicures, please.
I'll tell you, we had a pretty fun day on,
Yeah.
that was on Thursday before the town hall, so it was a good lead-in.
Yeah.
My feet felt great.
And I love hearing that you're doing that as
Yeah.
well, so thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Wayne, to the chair. One thing that all of us are not doing to make our community safe, including yourself, we're not putting pressure on our MLAs, provincial, because I've talked to our local bylaw officers. 90% of our biggest problem is how would you say, government, where you catch them, it's frustrating. You do the hard work, why for this guy's out again? So our judges, our
Judicial.
is a shamble. We need that to be fixed. We want crime, we have to punish these people. But for you to catch them and going out there and release them, you know, I got to feel sorry for some of your constables. Why are we doing this? Why are we putting the pressure? We're putting our lives at risk. What for? So they can go out there, get a little slap on the hand, go back again. So, as I said before, not a bad part on your part, but crime must pay in Canada because we keep getting more and more crime. Nobody's getting punished. So, but I do appreciate your work you guys are doing. It's frustrating. It is very frustrating, stressful, and that's maybe why people are, to get into your job, are saying, well, what for? So, thank you.
Absolutely. On that note, actually, while I'm sitting here now, my staff sergeants and sergeants are meeting with Crown, our local acting chief Crown, to work on how we can have more successful prosecutions and maybe zero our attention on certain files, or where should we focus our time to ease the burden on them. And this is just for context as a number. As of Thursday, we had 1,110 charge files out of Wetaskiwin, and they're all prosecuted by the Wetaskiwin Crown's office, and that is an incredible amount of work for them. So, yeah, and that's just for context.
Thank you, Inspector, for first off the report, and thank you to you and your staff for what you do for our community and for your openness in sharing information as you get it, so our community is informed of what's happening in their community. So thank you so very much. We do have a motion on the floor to accept this presentation as information, and if you're ready, I will call the question. All in favor? And I think that's carried unanimously. Thank you so very much. And we won't make you stay the whole day, because obviously you might have some things you got to tend to.
Yeah, I might be back later today, I'm not sure. We'll see.
Thank you.
He is staying.
Item 9.2, based on the formal information request, we have a report on utility billing and annexation infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take this one just because when this whole change happened, I was the one that was heavily involved in it, so I understand it really well. So last week I had given Mayor Gandam a copy of the backgrounder on this prior to him leaving, and Juanita is handing out the rest to council. So 2 questions here. The first one is, if someone's not hooked up to our wastewater system, why are they being charged for the system? So there's 2 parts to this. Every single person that has a utility account in the city is being charged the capital fee for the wastewater treatment plant. Capital fees are separate than connection fees. And then the other part to this is we had broken it down. So we have a lot of varied service connections within the city. We have some people that are on water wells, and we have no way of metering how much water they're using. Therefore, we have no way of metering their wastewater, which is how we charge for that. We have some people that have full septic systems and leaching fields. We have some people that have septic systems where the solids are kept, but the liquids are sent into a low-pressure system. So we have a bunch of different systems within the city that we had to try and capture. And what we were trying to do was figure out a way that was going to be most fair for everybody. So we do have a couple of different charges. So in that instance, that person, I believe, Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, that person was hooked up to our water system, but not our wastewater system. So if we have the ability to meter how much water they're using, then we would charge them accordingly on their bill for the wastewater system, because at some point they need to bring those solids, at the very least, to our lagoon system for treatment. And typically what happens is a contractor will come and pick up from them and then deliver it. So the contractors are not charging them the city charge. The city charges that on their bills. The contractor is only charging them in order to transport the solids to our system. Does that make sense? Okay. So that is, that's the system. So we, in a lot of cases where we don't have, they have a leaching field or they have a well and a septic system, and we have no way of monitoring how much water they're using, we decided that it would be fair to charge them double the flat fee for wastewater. So again, we charge a flat fee and a per cubic meter use on both water and wastewater, but without knowing how much water they're using, we had to pick a number. We went with double. And I believe this change came into effect back in 2018. And that's what we've been charging ever since then. So that's the explanation on the fees. And then the second question was clarification on when land is annexed and when we should be servicing it. There's no set date that says you must service by this date. Most communities try to aim within a 5 to 10 year span, but a lot of it has to do with the ability to service the properties. I do not understand why the land was annexed in the first place, because A, we did not have the services and we did not have the ability to service the lands at that time. But nevertheless, the land was annexed. And until council is willing to front end, and I think the last time we looked at this, it was going to be well over $10 million to run all of the services out to this part of town out by the airport. This is the best system that we've got, and they will not get traditional city services until the city has the money to front end that project.
So I would ask for a motion accepting this as information in case there's any questions. Councillor Happerly?
I move that we accept the formal information request, utility billing and annexation infrastructure as information.
Thank you so much. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, under the wastewater flat fee, it looks like you want, the proposal is to double that amount of the flat fee. Is that correct? That's so to go to $100 every 2 months or thereabouts. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, yes, if we do not have a meter, then we have doubled the flat fee. So when this was done, we had bi-monthly billing. We now have monthly billing, so, and these rates are the old rates, so these are not the most current rates. I just gave you the handout as an example, but whatever the flat fee is today, if we do not have them hooked up to city water and we cannot meter it, they pay double the flat fee, yes.
And you had said that just because you can't monitor it, that's the number. I guess my question would be, and I highly doubt you would have that information, but what would be the average person in our community's portion, that portion of their bill? Is it $100 every 2 months on average? Or is that high? Is that low? If we're going to be picking a number, I think it should be fair.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, part of the problem that we had out in that part of town is it's so varied. So we have some that are hooked up to water, there's group homes out there, et cetera. They're using an obscene amount of water compared to other residents, so we were having a really hard time nailing down the average. Most homes with, you know, there is an average that we use from an engineering perspective of water use, but it's not our average. We have an unusual number of group homes. For instance, the group homes have guidelines they have to follow from the province where they have to get water to a certain temperature before they can put clients into the shower or the tub, and the amount of water they use is obscene. So to take an average in our community, it would be thrown off by a number of factors. We have a lot of high water use people, so we really struggled with trying to find something that was going to be
I understand where you're coming from. I struggle a little bit with that just because the fact that we can't monitor it. We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And there are group homes that are that are hooked up to our system. So in my opinion, an average would be a more equitable situation for these folks since we can't monitor it. I don't think it's necessary. And I don't know if $106.60 is about average, then I'd be okay with that. But I would rather see something that is more average, that's equitable for all in the community.
I can state that when we went through, because we contacted every single person in the community that had a different system, apart from what the normal houses have, not one of them would allow us to put a meter on their well.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. You all know how I stand on this here, but I will give you some information. 2018, I don't believe I've heard of anything. I don't think it was effective because I was on council back then, and I would have definitely voted no. The other question is, everybody on Airport Road is on a well. They paid between $8,000 to $10,000 to drill that well. We do pay for electricity to pump that out. And I was always under the impression, pay for the services you use. I am not using the city water. I pay for it. If I go on holidays, nobody turns my tap on it. If it breaks, nobody comes and repairs it. In the field, there are contractors who do not use City of Wetaskiwin's dump site. We pay for pickup and they take it somewhere else. Because where I live, I have a shop and I have a house and you can't contaminate, so the guy comes out, pumps all of it together and takes wherever he takes it. That's his priority, not mine. I just pay for the bill. But we are paying for electricity to pump that. We are paying. We had the government of Alberta make sure our wells are registered. And in no way did anybody ever hear phone me to say they want to put a water meter on my well. So
if I may, in response to all of this, I'd like to remind council that we have an opportunity at any point to bring motions forward to review things like policy and utility rates. And if it is the feeling of individuals here to direct administration, that would have to come forward through a notice of motion. And sharing our viewpoints about them at this point in time, in a way, are somewhat futile in the sense that administration is bound by the very utility rates that we as a council or past councils have put in place for them to follow. So our administration is following the policies and bylaws that council has put into place. If you want to make a change to the policies, there's a process to do that. Councillor Bronco.
could I make a motion that we review that policy and or do I make it now here or make it?
I don't think you make it here. I need some more clarification. Might you be able to make it at the end of the day? I'm not sure, but I will check to see.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Councillor Blatz.
Yeah, through the chair to Sue, I kind of have a weird question. So when you were talking about how they were asked if they wanted to have a water meter on their thing to measure their water usage, and they said no. So you can put a water meter on places that have wells?
Through the chair to Councillor Platts, you can.
How many properties are on wells? Do you know off the top of your head?
I did
Approximately?
not print the list, but I believe there was, I can't remember, there was somewhere between 40 and 60, I think, throughout the entire community.
A ton, okay. Yeah, I was just curious about that because, yeah, like, when we were talking about double the wastewater flat fee and all of that, I was just thinking that too. I'm just like, wouldn't it be easier if they did have a water meter? But yeah, I guess if they said no, then there's nothing you can really do about it, but yeah.
Can't hear you.
I was just saying that I was just curious if it would have been helpful for them to have a water meter because then we could track it more accurately. But I guess if the homeowners don't want a water meter, there's nothing we can really do about that, so.
We have a motion before, sorry, Councillor Haberle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen. I just have a question, but it may relate to if there's going to be a motion later. So through the chair to administration. When the gentleman was in here discussing this, he was very adamant that his contractor that was pulling his stuff out of his septic tank was also charging him to go to our wastewater removal system. And I'm just wondering, is it possible or is there some way that we can assure that this isn't happening? Or is it a matter of making our residents aware, if we maintain this system, that they're not to pay that to their contractor?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we could educate them on that. I believe the contractor was in the room that day when she was speaking and was adamant that they did not charge it. But we could certainly educate the residents and send them a letter stating that, you know, here's the average cost to transport this to our wastewater system and that they should not be charged if it's already on their bill.
Thank you.
Councillor Branco.
Thank you. I wasn't here when you guys had that debate. So how many contractors do we have? So are we restricting only other contractors outside of our community that can't come and pump? Or do we have one contractor in our community that does it? And the other question is, we get paid by the ton? Who calculates the ton? Is there a waste scale at the dump site? How do we know? There's no meters on a septic tank that say you have 50 gallons. You know gallons, you can measure water. How do we know what the weight is? And excuse me, it's no different than having a garbage pickup. We have OPT, we have A1, and we have everyone who collects garbage, but they don't dump on our site. So, to me, it's very confusing.
I suspect that's part of a future conversation. There is a motion on the floor. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? And carried. Thank you very much. Staff reports for decision. Item number 10. 9.3 and the addition. And Paul, you're speaking to that, I believe?
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here to provide an update on our RCMP staffing update. So on June 12th of this year, administration met with City Council in a closed session to discuss an issue related to RCMP staffing. The motion that was approved at the conclusion of this closed session read, moved that City Council directs administration to proceed with option 3 as per the presentation received during the closed session portion of the meeting on June 12th, 2023. Administration has been working with the RCMP since that time to transition all existing municipal enforcement staff, of which we have 11, onto the RCMP contract. The overall objective of this transition was to enhance the ability of the RCMP to provide overall authority and direct responsibility for the full complement of staff that support the service delivery of contract policing services in our community. Likewise, our internal staff can repurpose their time overseeing this function to higher value-added activities, focusing on enforcement services for the community. To support this transition, approximately $800,000 in wages, benefits, and training funds have been transferred to the RCMP contract. These funds have already been approved as part of the 2023 budget to support the previous 11 ME staff who were city staff. So to date, the following actions have been completed. Administration did request the 11 new public service positions to be added to the RCMP contract. Administration met with existing ME staff to let them know about the future transition, and we've been working, the inspector's been working with K Division to create new positions, finalize classifications and qualifications. The following actions still need to be completed. The RCMP does need to complete a priority search for any existing public service employee in need of work placement. Once that's done, the RCMP would interview priority candidates if they do exist. And once that's complete, the City of Wetaskiwin can offer our 8-week working notice to all ME employees. Once the 8-week notice has been completed, offer letters from the RCMP will be provided to those staff, and the remaining positions would be offered, again, at that point to remaining municipal staff. The timing to have this completed is the end of the year with the current anticipated deadline of November. You will notice during the 2024 budget that we are finalizing as we speak, that the overall wages will decrease for this cost center moving forward with a corresponding increase to the RCMP contract to support the 11 new PSCs. With that update, I will take any questions council might have.
I would ask for a motion to accept this as information so we can...
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. So the floor is open if anyone has any questions. Hearing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. You're off the hook really easy. I was hoping we could put you under the... Anyway, I was going to say gun, but that's a bad thing to be saying here with the inspector sitting here. So, staff reports for decision making. We have the first one is the city identity policy. Our communications manager, Kristen Hewlett, to present. Please proceed.
Hello. I think after today, I can stop bugging you about policies for a few months. So, yeah, maybe. Alrighty. So first off, I am bringing the city logo policy, or the city identity policy, formerly the city logo policy, to you today. So administration brought the updated city identity policy to council on July 17th for council feedback. Administration is now bringing the updated policy back to council for approval. Items that have been removed from the policy are redlined, while additions are highlighted in yellow. A lot of those are just the same additions and removals from the last time we presented it, but it should be noted that since the policy was presented on July 17th, the Wetaskiwin Regional Airport has been included in the policy statement.
I would look for a motion. Please proceed.
Thank you. I move that City Council approve policy CO-038 City Identity Policy.
Thank you, Councillor Appleby. Any questions on this policy? I guess you did such a good job previously that away we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Approved. Item 10.2, roof replacement at By the Lake Park facility. Fleet and Facilities Manager Kevin Bamber. Welcome.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like to provide some background to this. The AE facility assessment report was completed in 2019. And in their report about the By the Lake Park facility, they stated the shingles, and I quote, "The shingles are reaching the end of their serviceable life, and the facility should be re-roofed in the next 1 to 2 years." The Civic Center roof replacement project was approved in 2022 based on recommendations from this facility assessment report. Fleet and Facilities completed an RFP, or request for proposal, in early summer of this year for the Civic Center roof replacement and repair. This contract has since closed, and the contractor was awarded the contract and re-inspected the By the Lake Park facility as if was previously completed the inspection 4 years earlier. This was just to see how much further the roof had degraded, if at all. The condition assessment report of the Civic Center roof and the By the Lake Park facility roofs were received approximately 1 month ago. The report provides recommendations and estimated pricing for repairs and replacement. Based on those provided estimates from the contractor, administration is now before council to seek approval for the expanded scope of the original Civic Center roof replacement to now include By the Lake Park roof. It can be completed within the already existing approved budget. That's the report.
Thank you. Councillor Bronco?
I move that the city council approves policy CO.
No.
No.
Next one.
Next one?
Yes, please.
Council could direct administration to make further changes to the policy.
No. Sorry.
The next one?
10.2, please, Joe.
Where?
The roof replacement.
Okay, gotta get used to this new computer system.
We're trying to trick you with technology, man.
Okay, motion. Okay. I move that city council approve the expanded scope of the Civic Center roofing replacement to include By the Lake Park all roof.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Through the chair to administration, what assurance can you give us that it will not go over budget, that you won't be coming back to us? And I'm not trying to be anything, but we all know that right now it is an interesting year of things always jumping in costs. And so that's just my question is, you're fairly confident or 100% confident it won't go out of this scope?
Through the chair to council, the pricing estimates we received are from a roofing consulting company. So they should be fairly accurate in the quotes, and I brought it up that we just received that report a month ago, so the timing is newish. If it was a year ago, then I would be concerned about the pricing, but since it's only a month old, I think we're fairly confident. If on a scale of 1 to 10, it might be like an 8.
8 or 9. And then that work would be able to begin prior to this winter season?
Through the chair to council, right now, we're fairly confident again that we can complete this prior to winter season because it's just a simple roof replacement. If we decide to do something else, that might change.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley and then Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Through the chair, how much is this portion of the roof at By the Lake Park to replace?
Through the chair to council, we're looking at replacing the entire roof section, although some of the pictures show just the south-facing slope, which is obviously the worst because it's the direct sunlight.
Yep.
But the entire roof section would need to be replaced.
And do we know the dollar amount for that, for this building?
We have an estimated amount from the roofing consulting company. And
Can that be provided?
Yep, they're saying that price range should be between $30,000 and $40,000.
Okay, and that's going to lead to my next question is, how is it that we have extra dollars from the tune of $30,000 to $40,000 when we were presented for the Civic Center roof? How is that we have extra dollars, I guess?
Through the chair to council, the original request for decision brought before council looked at replacing all the roof sections at the Civic Center. When we got the report back from our roofing consulting company, they're saying that some of those sections only need to be repaired and not replaced. So there is some savings because of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think I like to change that. I'm the kind of guy, either we spend more money or we don't spend it at all. So I would like to, it's got to be fun here. Come on, guys. That building's going to be with us for the rest of my life and everybody's life here. What would be to change that to put tin in there so we don't have to come back 10, 15 years from now? I'm asking, I'll make that, to get a separate quote to put tin. So we have a prolonged life existence of that building. The roof should last longer than I'm alive. And also on that roof, going to building codes, is it feasible to put more air vents in there to circulate? Because some days in the summer, it's hot, very hot in there. What would be the cost, if possible? Put more air fans or vents? And my other question, two more questions. One, is that a 5-inch trough or a 4-inch? Because bigger, being in the park, you got leaves, it clogs the system, could freeze back and do more damage to the roofing itself. And one of my concerns that everybody in our community, was this shopped locally or just out of towners?
Through the chair to council. We can certainly look at getting another quote for roofing and additional ventilation, what different size of eaves troughing. Those are all possible, and we can certainly do that. The roofing contractor that we pick to do the roofing will depend on which method of roofing we use. So if we use shingle replacement, there's probably a lot more expertise locally. If we use some other type of replacement, we might have to go outside the city. I don't know of the expertise locally to do that, but it will all depend on what type of roofing we do. And we always, depending on the size of the quote or the amount, we always go out and seek quotes, or we might do an RFP. If we do a request for a proposal, then to your point, it would delay it and we might not be able to proceed till spring.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to, I guess, council. I'm in agreement with Councillor Bronco that we should possibly take a look at a metal building, or metal roof, sorry, than asphalt shingle, just for the reason stated by Councillor Bronco, that this building isn't going anywhere. The maintenance on a metal roof, I'm going to assume, is substantially less than asphalt shingles and the life expectancy. So having said that, I have no idea what the cost would be, and I guess my only concern is how critical can that roof not be catastrophic if it's not touched until next year?
Through the chair to council, we're expecting to get a metal roofing quote back probably within a week to 10 days. At that point, then we can decide in conjunction with our roofing consultant to see if that can be done this year or not. You're right as far as maintenance goes. Metal roofs typically last 50 to 100 years. Shingle roof is 30 to 35 years. So you're right on the longevity there.
So to follow up then, you had talked that it was $30,000 or $40,000 for that was required for the asphalt shingles. Is there enough in the scope of the motion? It doesn't talk about dollars. It just says to take money from the Civic Center roof. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but would there be enough dollars to go forward with a tin roof as opposed to a asphalt shingle, so we don't have to discuss this any further, other than I'm just wondering, do we need to give direction to put on a metal roof as opposed to asphalt shingles?
Through the chair to council, we didn't put in the specific dollar amount because we knew that there was that much room in the existing budget for the project. If we go to a metal roof, basically We know approximately it's going to cost 75% more. We won't have the funds available to do that. So we would have to come back to ask for the difference between the shingle roof and the metal roof.
So if this motion gets approved as presented, we haven't given, basically it's asphalt shingles. So if we would need to, if that's the consensus of council, is to defeat this and have something go forward and give direction to get a price on the difference, I guess, if that's the will. Is that fair?
But absolutely, it's fair. I think the question, though, for me, goes back to, given what's potentially going to be asked for here and the time frame and not being able to get it done pre-winter season, what is our risk of roof failure? And again, recognizing that you can't give us a definitive number, but how far along this path are we?
Through the chair to council, I can confidently say we're living on borrowed time. Whether it would fail in one winter, I can't predict that. However, there's a lot of product, even without the granules on the shingles, still on the roof. If it lasts another winter, it's probably likely that it could.
Probably likely. By what percentage? No, I'm kidding. But when you're talking about roof replacement, are you including such things as new eaves with that process?
Through the chair to council, usually when you remove the old roof, you're destroy the eaves anyways, so that would always be a replacement.
Right. And then the other questions asked by Councillor Bronco with regard to air vents and all the rest of it, those will all be add-ons. So as we look potentially for tin roof, when as soon as council says and air conditioning and air vents and or whatever, they're all over and above, and you've already identified that tin roof could be significantly more expensive than the shingles.
Correct, and any additional air vents we added would be add-ons too, although each individual one would not be a lot of add-on, it's just more than the scope that we're asking at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen. I, at this point, do not feel, through the chair to council, I don't feel that I have enough information to make this decision, and I'm wondering if we can table this and then do an RFI to get those extra numbers, because, yeah, I'm not feeling comfortable right now voting on this.
So, Sue, with what you're hearing around the table here with regard to requests for quotes for tin roof and what the impact is to the overall budget and living on borrowed time, requests for information, what recommendations might you be making to council?
Through the chair to council, I think that it would be better if this was defeated and clear direction was given on what exactly we should be investigating, and then we can come back with cost estimates for that.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Bronco?
Thank you, Wayne. So you guys budgeted roofing for the Memorial Center in this building? Is that all together?
Through the chair to council, it was Civic Center.
The Civic Center, I'm sorry.
Co-op place.
So this is all included in that? So with us defeating that, would we put a stop to the Civic Center? Nope, okay, sorry. That's what I wanted to know.
Any further questions? So, what's being suggested is that this motion be defeated and then a subsequent motion be put on the floor. So at this point in time, the motion on the floor is to move City Council approves the expanded scope of the Civic Center roof replacement to include the by the Lake Park roof. All in favor? And opposed? This motion is defeated. Councillor Billingsley.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please do so.
I move the council directs administration to explore roofing options on the by the Lake Park Hall roof. Brought back by, how much time you need?
2 or 3 weeks.
So, where are we at here? So probably the October, where are we here? The 10th meeting, I believe. That would be enough time? And I wonder if I don't need to also have something in there with funding to come from the Civic Center roof replacement budget? Or is that implied? Does it matter? You would bring that anyway, would you not?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we would get the quote and then figure out what the shortfall is. We would put a funding motion or recommendation as part of the motion.
Thank you.
Now, for clarification, please, Councillor Billingsley.
Yes.
You're saying looking for options. Are you looking for options besides what's already been quoted? And are you looking for options beyond tin roof? Or are you simply looking at the option of a tin roof?
No, I think that it would be important to know the cost difference between an asphalt roof and a metal roof, so that we can at least have those numbers in front of us and saying, okay, by the way, it's 3 times as much or 40% more, whatever that number is, so that we can have make an informed decision.
But the intent is not that they look at tile roofing and all sorts of other possibilities.
Yeah, of course, but I think it's implied with the discussion today that.
Okay. Councillor Bronco?
Thank you, Wayne. To Dean's motion, can we add request for proposal? Because that way, request for proposal, we can choose the contract that's best suited for our purpose, and you don't have to put a deadline. Am I correct? If we ask for a request for proposal, then he could say, I need it by tomorrow. A quote means it has to go out, you have to wait. So he could put down what he wants if we go for a request for proposal?
Sue, can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bronco, the city has a tendering and purchasing policy that we follow already.
Okay.
So could we repeat that motion, please? Did you capture it?
Sort of.
My apologies. Yes, I have that Councillor Billingsley directs administration to research options with costing between standard and tin roofing for the October 10th meeting. No?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that's clear enough as far as direction to administration on this.
So with this potentially coming back in October and getting approval, what's that do to your risk again?
Through the chair to council, it would likely delay roofing till next spring, but then we have a longer life roof, so it's...
One or the other? So do we take bets at the end of the day? No. Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor. Are we ready for the question? All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you, Kevin, very much. We have one more item before we take a break here. Once again, the topic is item 10.3, Citizen Satisfaction Survey Policy, and once again, Communication Manager Kristen Hewlett.
Thank you. Long time no see. So administration originally presented the Citizen Satisfaction Survey Policy during the regular City Council meeting on August 28th as information. No changes have been made to the policy since being presented to Council, as no further feedback was provided. So now, therefore, we're now bringing it back for Council's approval.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen. I move that City Council approve policy CO-053, Citizen Satisfaction Survey.
Are there any questions on this particular policy? Councillor Aberley, you were thinking about it? Okay. Hearing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor? And that policy is approved. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, or anybody watching online, we will be taking a break to go into closed session, and we go into closed session to deal with issues that dictated by Municipal Government Act about what we can and can't talk about in public, I would be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Blatz?
I'm going to freehand this because there's no like little cheat sheet for this one, but I move that City Council continue in closed session as per Section 24 advice from officials from the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. And all in favor? And carried. What we'll do is we'll take
11.
sorry?
11. That lets me.
I'm good. Tell us when you're ready. Are we live?
Sit with all your friends?
Technology. How much? Sure. We can give you as much time as you need to get us back online. So you're not bringing any motions forward? They're all coming from elsewhere on the floor. Okay. Okay. So we're live? Well, at 9 o'clock this morning, we welcomed everybody to the meeting, and now we're ready to come out of closed session. So if I could have a motion to that effect, please. Councillor Blatz, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And our apologies to all you folks who might be out there watching this live and sitting around in your pajamas from 9 o'clock this morning wondering where we went. We've actually been in closed session up until just this time right now, 4:27. So thanks for bearing with us, and hopefully you'll follow us through to the end of this meeting. We are into new business, and I'd ask if there's any items under new business, please. Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen. I would like to add a motion concerning item 8 from our closed session.
Thank you. Item from closed session. Councillor Billingsley?
Yes, I would like to add a item in regards to legal costs discussed in closed session.
Legal cost expenditures. Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. I'd like to add an item for sanctioning of Councillor Branco.
And I have one item, which is the safety of our city's conference. So we will need to hear from, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Branco?
Yes, I'd like to add new business, add the IT.
IT?
Reverse spending, IT, reserve spending.
Reserve spending. Thank you. And I'll need a motion for each of these to include into the new business. On the first item of following up on closed session, those in favor? On legal costs and expenses, all in favor? On sanctioning Councillor Branco, all in favor? And IT reserves, all in favor? And lastly, the safety of our city's conference, all in favor? Thank you. So let us proceed with 15.5. Councillor Aberle on following up from closed session.
Thank you. I move that City Council approve a maximum of $20,000 from the contingency reserve to direct administration to address item number 8 from the closed session on September 11, 2023.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 15.6, legal costs and expenses.
Thank you. I move to direct administration to update council on legal costs pertaining to the issue discussed in closed session on September 11th, 2023.
Are there any questions on that matter? Seeing none, I call a question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. On item 15.7, sanctions with regard to Councillor Bronco.
I move that City Council directs Councillor Bronco to issue a letter of apology to staff that were offended by his disrespectful communications.
Are there any questions related to that issue? Seeing none, I would call a question. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Item 15.8, IT reserves spending. Councillor Bronco, sorry.
I move that City Council direct administration to proceed with the recommended action from the security audit up to $2,700 in 2023 to be funded by IT reserves.
Just clarification, the amount of money, please?
$20,700.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions related to that? Seeing none, I would call the question. All in favor? Yowzer dowser, we're flying along here. And I guess we're into the issue I put forward. As many of you know, I chose not to attend the Alberta Munis Conference coming up in the next couple of weeks. There is a conference in the City of Edmonton called the Safety of Our Cities Conference, put on by Edmonton City Police. It's a 3-day conference, Monday, September 18th through September 20th. And the topics, general topics, are next era policing, data as a key to community safety, guns and gangs, and effective partnerships. And the last theme is responses for vulnerable populations. And I am requesting permission from council to have my registration, hotels, and per diems looked after to attend that conference. Councillor Billingsley?
I move that City Council authorizes Councillor Nielsen's travel and expenses to the safety conference.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none. Call a question. Oh, just a minute. We got a ponder there.
Yeah, you do. And I think that probably this will come down at the organizational meeting. I kind of don't know why we need to keep coming back to here. I would like to get to the point, and maybe this might have to be a notice of motion or a budget issue, I'm not sure, that we each have X amount of dollars as far as a professional development. And if you choose to go to this, I don't know why it's important that we say yes, in my opinion. We don't seem to say yes to go to AUMA, Alberta Munis, or any of the other conferences as per se, or some of them anyway, that I think it's important that we just...
And I would agree. I think there's some caveats that may need to come out of that in terms of out of province travel and things of that nature.
Sure.
But certainly, I would support that, and I would encourage it to be part of budget discussions coming forward.
Well, and what I'm talking about is having a fixed dollar amount. Doesn't mean that you can go to a $30,000 conference, right?
Oh, gee. No, I understood, and I think it would be a very worthwhile conversation moving forward during budget, so thank you for that. And did we vote on that?
Nope.
Oh, we're ready to vote on that. All in favor of that particular motion? Thank you. Carried unanimously. I'm going to Safe Cities Conference. Moving on. We have 2 other items of business under new business, and I was way out of line in terms of the order in which I did it in, but I chalked that up to my inexperience at the table here. So we'll go back to 15.1, appointment of Assessment Review Board Clerk. And, oh, we're just going to go straight into a motion? Councillor Blatz?
did you want a motion first, or
Sure, I
did
thought
we
someone
want-
was presenting.
Okay, sure. I move that City Council appoint Lisa Brown, City Clerk, as the clerk for the City of Wetaskiwin Assessment Review Board effective immediately.
Are there any questions? And you're accepting of this position, are you? That's excellent. That's even excellenter. So, seeing as though there's no questions and we have utmost confidence in you, we call the question. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously, Ms. Brown. 15.2, formal information request. Councillor Billingsley, please.
Thank you. Every year, we seem to automatically renew our association memberships without any sort of analysis of so-said groups. We kind of did with CAPE, where administration came to us and didn't see the value of the $10,000 that was spent. And I would like to be able to have that information, whether it is Alberta Munis, whether it's FCM, whether it's any of the other organizations, and to be able to do a true cost analysis of saying, okay, this organization, through whether it's travel, whether it's meals, whether it's association costs, of what benefits are we getting for those dollars, and it's just being mindful of the taxpayers' money. So having said that, I move that City Council directs administration to draft a report on council boards, committees, and association membership costs and associated travel expenses to be provided for the 2024 budget deliberations.
So it's not just me that's stumbling here at this time. Thank you very much. Are there any questions related to this? So you're suggesting that this will come forward as part of budget deliberations?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Seeing as there's no questions, call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15.3, Manlock Centre repairs. All that information has not yet been pulled together. Would that be correct?
Correct. Through the chair to council, we would like to bring this back at the next meeting. We will have all the cost estimates ready for then.
All right. I think we should vote and make you talk about it anyway. No. And that, with the exception of one other item, which isn't on your agendas, but it speaks to a farewell to Mrs. Juanita Jevons, who is attending her final City Council meeting. And on behalf of Council, and I'm certainly sure on behalf of City Administration, we are so sorry to see you leave. We appreciate all the things you've done to keep us on the straight and narrows here in Council chambers, and we wish you and your family nothing but great success moving forward. So thank you for everything. And on that note, I would need our final motion, or I guess I just do it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Job.